and good health and good way. Only I hate to go over those hungry teacher. That's some gosh, getting me check. Go over like a teacher, you know. Oh yeah. Don't know what I'm not. Don't care. Go to the church.
We have a request to be excused today. Cher's going to be on bereavement. Rennie needs to be excused. Donna needs to be excused. Daryl's on medical today. Steve needs to be excused. Lisa will be late. Micah will be late. And Dwight is here. Dwight.
We'll leave at noon too. My boy's got a physical appointment.
Anybody else that needs to be excused? Vanessa?
Can I be excused tomorrow? I have a medical.
Jordan, Dwight?
Mine should just be for Thursday for funeral. 15 minutes still.
Okay. All right, we need a motion for approved excuses. Bill, second by Fremont, question by Stan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we normally have our special our meetings, our regular meeting on the 16th and 17th, but council decided to have another day this week, so we'll start our agenda today. Maybe we'll get it finished. There was some talk about maybe not having council meetings till after the election time. I don't know how you guys feel about that, or if you guys are thinking that way. I had some council people inquire about it, maybe not having meetings till after the election time's up. So I don't know how you guys feel about that. Is there any comments about that before we get started?
What was that? Sorry.
I had some talk amongst council people that they might not want to have a council meeting till after the election time. I was inquire about it, so if not, then we'll move on. The agenda, we have a regular agenda today. Is there anything else that needs to be added to the agenda?
Good morning, Council Administration. Chairman, can we get an update on broadband, what's going on with that, where we're at with it? And also update on the Golden West situation. I don't know if any kind of discussion happened on that through Land and Natural. And also, dang, the last one just out the door. I think that's it for now.
Okay, if you want, I can try to do my best, or do you want somebody down here from the broadband office?
Maybe it'd be best to have somebody from broadband come
Have
down.
Tom come down?
Yeah.
Okay, anything else? I had a community member that requested to have asked from Corn Creek that wanted to have the explore on Thursday if we have a meeting. She wanted to talk about her being a member of Corn Creek Community, and she's got a home site that's pending down there, but she wants to talk to council about Corn Creek Community have not been having any meetings, so she can't get her membership approved because she has a home site pending. So I don't know if Stan wants to bring that on Thursday or not. That's okay. I'll put her on the agenda. Her name is Luti Young. Yeah. Jordan?
Mine was just to follow up with broadband. So I've been getting those emails from A Better Wireless as well, and from my understanding, when we talked about it that day, when we decided to RFP it, that there was never really a contract made. So I don't understand why he's trying to come back. And I asked, I believe Eric was in here that day, and I asked about it, if he would come back and do this, and they told us that he wouldn't, but now he's coming at us for $147,000. So I guess my stance is I don't think that we should pay it because he did that on behalf of the tribe, and it was a grant on behalf of the tribe. And now he's trying to get paid for it because we went a different route and it wasn't with him.
Yeah, we didn't even use his design council, so I don't think there's anything there.
Yeah, we had to,
And I did a little bit of research on with the proposal and stuff, and nothing was implied or offered to him as far as contracts for anything. So he had no contract, so I don't think he really has anything except for writing us letters. So as far as those letters and emails coming through, I don't think we will have to worry about them. I think Eric responded to him. I don't know. A Better Wireless?
I didn't respond yet.
Okay.
If you want me to respond, I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Can.
Okay. Okay, Pam?
Also, Chairman, I remember what the third thing was. It was follow up on a directive that was given. I believe I made a motion to have you contact the THPO director regarding the lease that is pending at TLE, waiting on a, what they call that, survey or whatever that is that they do. And we were supposed to hear back July 21st, I believe it was, and we never got to have a discussion on what became of that, but my community member is still asking about that, so I'd like to know where that's at.
We'll bring that up during communities, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, need a motion to approve the agenda. Jordan, second by Bill, question by Pam. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we'll go down the agenda like we have been, and then we'll get on broadband. During my report, I'll try to talk a little bit about broadband, and how about the secretary call the director to have him come down. I got a little report on Golden West. I kind of know what's going on with that, so I can kind of give a little report on that, the history and where it's at right now. The constitutional officers, we'll start with mine. That was actually on some of my reports. I just came back from this week. Last week I came back from a meeting in Minneapolis. We had a Tribal Health Alliance meeting down there. We had a pretty productive meeting. We had all the players and all the work groups down there trying to talk about how they're going to move forward with contracting the hospital, what's the best options, what we need to do to inform the public more. I know there's a lot of questions out in the community still about compacting and contracting. A lot of them don't understand what's going on with it. I did tell the work groups that we need to answer all their questions, so we're going to have a Q&A on next Friday, I believe it was. I think we're going to set it for a Q&A. And we're going to have some of the work group people that are leading the work groups going to come down and be able to be part of that Q&A. I know Antelope had health administrator out there asking about some really tough questions about compacting, and so I believe we need to inform the public a little bit better than we have been, so we'll try to do that. I did tell the work groups that we need to tell them all the reasons why we should do it rather than why we shouldn't do it, so we all know that IHS we're all tired of that. There's a lot of complaints on the services that they provide, so we need to go in a different direction, but we need to make sure it's the right direction that we go in. So that's some of the discussion we had down at the meeting down there, and all the work groups down there that are putting this all together, they're working really hard on it. I think they're trying to set some timelines to move forward with it. Eventually, they're going to have to come back to you guys with some type of resolution to look for money to keep them going through the period that they need to start when the compact starts. All that money that you give them to continue to work on this, on the compacting contract, it will be reimbursed when we finally take over the hospital. So, but that's becoming. I'll probably try to set up another meeting, have all the people here like we did before to get you guys informed again, and so you guys can make some good reports to your community. So that's what I did for the last couple of days. We did go to the BEADS workshop down to Pierre. The Great Plains Chairmen's Association called a meeting to talk about BEADS. That BEADS stands for Broadband Equity Access and Deployment. It's money that the state's going to get to basically implement and plan for broadband services on the reservations and the statewide. So the tribes are eligible for it. They have to give us some type of consultation to be able to do that. At this time, the Tribal Chairmen's Association wants to form a broadband alliance, tribal alliance. So they're going to form that. We're going to start talking about broadband and how we can work together to maybe connect to maybe Pine Ridge or even Cheyenne River in the near future. So we got some good ideas. We have a date set up to some type of consultation. I don't know if we're going to move forward with that. As far as consultation for any of that money for the BEADS program, it's going to seem like it's going to be kind of a hard application to be able to go through. So the person that runs the BEADS program through the state, he's a tribal member from Pine Ridge. He went to school at Crazy Horse, so very, very easy to work with. So I think we should try to do some type of consultation. If we're eligible for any type of money, we should go after it. But if it means the final say-so on any money that's given out through the BEADS money is approved by the governor herself. So just want to throw that out there.
Chairman,
Yep.
I didn't get to ask you a question before you jumped to broadband, but sorry. You scheduled a Q&A for when? The 25th?
Yeah, I think
On
it
the
was
holiday?
No, I think it's this Friday. I think I have to confirm that date because we're trying to set it up as soon as we can, and it was supposed to have been on this Friday. I'm pretty sure that she was going to try to set it up for this Friday.
For this Friday?
Yeah.
And then during that Q&A, do people call here or are we?
Yeah,
going
they'll
to
call
have
like that, like they did with the pandemic and COVID when COVID was going rapid here. We had Q&As to answer any of the questions out there that we can answer, so that's going to be the same thing.
All right.
We'll have all the key people here to answer questions. So, and we did go over all types of questions that are going to be asked out there, so we should be prepared to answer questions that come in. So, and if any of you guys want to be a part of that, that'd be good too.
Which council reps were a part of the trip to Minnesota?
Not anybody showed up in council.
Well, I guess for the record, since I'm going out, I wasn't allowed to travel.
Yeah.
So I just want that noted for the record on that, but I really think that council needs to, sorry again. But I really think that, the council that's going to be here and going forward, I think that you guys really need to educate yourselves on what's going on with this compacting. even though this Q&A is going on, there's still a lot more that needs to be learned on it. And I do know that Tanil and Dwight were attending the ones in Rapid City under the financial part of it. But a lot of the other reps really need to get involved so that they understand what's going to happen within the next few years here with our hospital. I've gotten calls from several employees up at the hospital, and they had questions on, their pay, could they transfer, those were all questions that the IHS should have been talking to them on, because that was part of their, part of what they were supposed to do in this whole new compacting. But there's still questions from them employees, and I don't know if that has been done, but I've been receiving calls regarding it. They would, I don't know how to answer them because I don't know what IHS is offering to them. I know that we were given information on, like when other IHSs switched over to this compacting, what IHS offered the employees, but I don't know what our employees are getting up there.
That was one of the topics we discussed about, we call it IPA. They basically transferred over to the tribal side of it, but they still have the same benefits as they would as a federal employee. And I did, when Rosebud sold down, the IHS director was down here, and Dale Knudsen was down here in my office a few weeks ago. I did tell her that that was IHS's responsibility to make sure that they clearly understand what that means for them. Because we're going to get a lot of questions from employees. If they don't get them answered up there, they will come down here and try to get them from here. So I did remind her of that, and during our meeting down there, I did remind the work groups that is their responsibility. I also had a chance to talk to Joe Amy on the phone down there about that, about the CEO needs to start their information for their employees up there. If this goes through, what does that mean for them? Because we're going to get a lot of questions to you guys on it. So that's our responsibility to make sure that they're educated as far as what's going to happen as far as the changeover.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jordan.
I guess I was getting a lot of those too, like messages and stuff, and so I guess I would like to see that happen within the next month or two, because they're being told that we're going to take over the hospital October 1. So all these employees are kind of panicking, and I guess how they explain it to me is like they're not allowed to talk about it there. Yeah. So it kind of like they're just getting shuffled and they don't have an idea of what's going on. Okay. So maybe whenever she comes down, we need to have that discussion and make sure there's an open line of communication because a lot of them are still our tribal members that are working there that are permanent employees, so they need to be aware of what's going on. So
okay, we'll make sure that they'll part of her report when she comes down. The other thing I have is I have to bring a resolution here for you. We requested some more money from the Office of Justice Support, Trish Tingle office, our prosecutor's office, and Attorney General's office was running short on funds. We know we had a 15% cut. It was restored, but we still don't have quite enough to take us to the end of the year. So we were on the phone right away after visiting with Budget and Finance. They suggested that we contact Trish Tingle and ask for more funds to be able to support the prosecutor's office. So we did, and we requested some money, but we're putting a package together, a more detailed package. Eric's developing a resolution. We already passed one resolution, but we're asking for a little bit more. We need an amendment on that resolution. So he's going to be bringing that in here sometime today so we can look at that. We basically need that passed today. So we're going to talk about broadband. We'll wait till the director of our broadband office gets down here, and then we can talk about broadband. But we wanted a little bit of discussion on Golden West. But in order to talk about this, I think we need to go off the air just to talk about it. what's going on with that, so.
Supposed to be like a digest that was supposed to be given to council, or of all the meeting minutes that they did? Okay, you know when we'll get that? No. Yeah. Just the digest of all the minutes of that committee, and then financials. Oh, and then one more thing too. On that, there was a motion for the business office on that burial insurance, back on July 12th, I think it was, to come back in August. Who follows up with those?
Business office. Remember they made a motion to have them follow up on all the motions?
So we just need to hear from them then.
I'll follow up on it,
Okay.
see if they're doing it. Okay.
Thank you.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. IHS is here, front center.
You want us to hit the middle?
No, not yet,
Not yet?
not yet. We gotta finish the secretary's report, and then we'll get to you guys.
No worries.
Pam?
Yeah, Madam Secretary, what committee seats do we still have open?
There's casino, gaming. I haven't made a list in.
So the casino is the casino board of directors, that's at large, right? And then Stephen, he resigned, so,
And then does Redco have at-large open too?
I'm not sure, that'd be a question for,
I think what's being advertised. What is being advertised, because I think the treasurer resigns from there. As an at-large member, weren't you?
I was seated on the casino board. I resigned from the casino board, but I was seated in an at-large position at Redco. So I sit on the Redco board currently, and at last night's meeting, they said that there are 5 at-large positions.
Yeah, and Nora resigned, but she pulled her resignation, so she's still on the board. And then, so there's 4 at-large positions.
4 at-large.
okay, is there anything else for the secretary? Now we need a motion to approve her report. Bill, second by Eileen, question by Stan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Yep, they did already. We're on the ball.
Chairman, did you want IHS to go first?
Yeah, let's do that, okay? Wait. Dale, are you ready to do a report today?
We are ready.
We're a day early, but,
You caught me off guard again.
okay.
But we have our new CEO starting, so I'd like to have the opportunity to.
Oh, okay. Good news, good news.
Yeah, so this is Marlene Wakefield.
Hi, Marty.
Hi, nice to meet everybody. Sure. Oh, you wait it out. Yeah. I'll let you take front and center.
Whitfield or
Wakefield. W-A-K-E-F-I-E-L-D. Yep. Yep, so today is her first official day for IHS, so we're honored that you invited us down to participate in your meeting today.
she's the new CEO?
She is the new CEO, permanent, yep.
Isn't it changed to something else, the title?
Yes, it's an SES position. so
SCS, so what does that stand for, so everybody knows what that stands
It's
for?
part of the Senior Executive Service as part of IHS. So, the CEOs in the Great Plains area were at the GS 15 level, which is still the general schedule, which is just a series of definition of a job code. But IHS headquarters last year did make some of our CEO positions across Great Plains, part of the senior executive service, which had been done in Phoenix area and Oklahoma area in the past. So it's the first time some of our Great Plains area CEOs have been elevated to that senior executive service. So that's what that means. They will report directly to the area director. So Joe Amiot will be her direct report. I'll just let you talk about your background with IHS and.
Oh, yeah, okay. I've been at Pine Ridge for the last 2.5 years. Before that, I was running my tribe's 638 facility. So I've spent a lot of time in the 638 realm. By trade, I'm a nurse. I graduated from nursing school in '97. And I got my PhD in health administration. So, my expertise is kind of in contracting, the revenue cycle. I do have a master's degree in Indian law, so that's an advantage for what I've been doing at IHS. And an enrolled member of the Seneca Nation from the Cattaraugus Tribes and Turtle Clan. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, see in a nutshell.
And today's first day, so we're baptism by fire today. I've already had her on some of our calls, and she's also transitioning, handing out the previous duties that she had to Pine Ridge so that we can do a full execution. I plan on being around for this week and for sure next week to help support this transition. And make sure all the projects and stuff we've been working on, that includes the 638 planning you all are planning to go through as part of that. And like Marlene said, she has experience with that, so that'll be well suited to the future. And I think as far as that goes, that's kind of that in a nutshell. Does anybody have any direct questions for either Marlene or I?
Jordan? Wait.
Thank you. I just still had a follow-up question. I don't know if you got a chance to ask about, remember I talked to you the last month about the CT scans and the MRI machines being brought here and stuff. I was just thinking where that stuff was at, and I was kind of, I get kind of jealous because I know Pine Ridge has a really good Indian healthcare service. And I guess I always ask myself, why can't we have that, or why don't we have that? So I guess, like, is there a reason why? Because, I mean, I know half of our people that go to the dentist here, and I was one of them, and I got kind of like scarred me, you know what I mean? So, and then we send a lot of our patients to Kyle dentistry and things like that, so, or even for our eye clinic, and I mean, I feel like we should have those services here, and I guess what would help us get those services here that are more adequate for our people?
So we do CTs, and we do a lot of them here. Our CT has been up and functioning ever since I've been here, and we haven't had issues with that. We still do use PRC dollars to send people for MRI. Pine Ridge does not have an MRI. I think that is something that we do need to look at to figure out if there's like a traveling MRI company that we could do a contract with and get them here. I know that was something that Melody had talked about, but nothing was ever formally initiated. So
I think I need to go back through my notes and like check, because I remember she reported one time and she said that we was going to start getting these certain services here that we weren't able to have before. I want to say that was like one of your first meetings that you attended, and
it was, and I found out after that first meeting that there was no, I thought maybe I would go back and there might be like a draft contract in place, but there was nothing to be found. So we need to do that, and we will do that if that is a service that, because we do send a fair amount of those to Winter and Valentine, because they do have the MRI services, but that is something that we could probably have a cost reduction in if we were able to get a contracted company here too.
okay, it was just something that I always ask, so I just wanted to follow up and make sure that we're
Now,
still.
optometry we have, and I'm not aware of us sending people to Kyle for optometry, but we may be doing it for dental, although I'm not aware that we are. So can you tell me more about sending people to Kyle from Dental?
Yeah, they were gonna refer me there, and then I needed a root canal, so I had to go to Rapid.
Okay.
But I know like a couple of my other friends, or even people, like, I see them on Facebook, and they get a go, or they go over there, but that's just because they have a better service, you know what I mean?
They may have a dentist there, and I will look into that, but they may have a dentist there that has a higher, surgical capability, I'm not sure, but we can look into.
Yeah.
Are you
It's
aware of
Dr.
this?
Gunnell.
Oh, Gunnell, yeah, okay.
I guess if we're just comparing and contrasting Pine Ridge healthcare to our healthcare, it's like a night and day effect, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And I just really want our IHS to be there someday, because I mean, I honestly feel like theirs is better than ours, and I don't understand why.
I would say the services are different. You know, the hospitals are different. Pine Ridge is large. They also have 3 full-time satellite clinics under them, one at Kyle, one at Wombly, and one at Martin. Having said that, I have had 2 meetings so far with the Winter CEO, Brian, and we plan on going on site there in September because they have offered us space that we would like to look at doing some shared services where our staff work out of their space to provide patients there some services. Very much in the infancy stages, but that is possible. Other IHS facilities have done that outside of Great Plains area, and I did talk with the area leadership about pursuing that, and they very much support it. So, you know, our next steps are to go to look at that space, and we have a meeting scheduled in September to go look at that space and see, maybe we start small, like with women's health, prenatal care, but getting our providers and our staff over to provide the service in their space. Because I know that's been a challenge with the patients at Winter, because it's hard for them to get over here, it's a good distance. So, you know, I think that all those things are things that I will be passing off to Marlene, and as my role at the area continues, those are things I'll still follow up with this facility to see where we're at and where we're going. So the things that we've started in baby steps, infancy stages, we'll see those through to fruition. As far as the other services that Pine Ridge has that we don't have, that would be around the OR and OB. And we have a whole remodel that's gonna occur. The first phase of that is supposed to start here in August or September. And that's that, we call it the second floor remodel. It will begin with closing off the space above the waiting room so that that actually increases our footprint, our floor footprint. And with that, we are hoping to, part of that plan is to review those laboring rooms. So we have 4 laboring rooms, and we can open a birthing center. Little different than having a full OB because we won't have the OR capability. But with that birthing center, we can do routine normal deliveries here all the time and get them out of the ER. That's the goal. So it might not be same, but it'll be closer to the services, yes. Yep.
And I have a contract, I have a link, at Cheyenne River, we have, I was there for a little while too. We have a mobile MRI once a week. So I already have those 2 contracts. So that's just, I mean, that's just knocking that out.
See if they'll come to Rosebud.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you.
Anything else, Joy?
Pam, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, before you guys came along, there was a construction that was being done to the emergency room back when it was, I don't know, what did they call that?
All that diversion.
Yeah, the
Oh,
diversion.
yes.
But,
Politicians use that quite often.
remember they, kind of expanded some space in there, and if you remember at that time, they had put in for a MRI machine, and they were told that they were getting it. And so our tribe was happy with that. And anyway, to this date, we still haven't seen an MRI machine. Do you guys, now that you're in this position and you've been in there for a while, have you seen anything on any kind of follow-up as in?
So I know that purchase was being organized at the area level. And it didn't just involve the Rosebud Hospital, it involved Pine Ridge, Rosebud, Fort Gates, Butte, and Belcourt.
Yeah.
And that purchase had to be made through the VA. For reasons I can't really go into, but because I'm not sure, I don't want to say it wrong. But the purchase was being made through the VA because they had some connections or whatever with these big companies that provide MRIs that we could get a federal rate for, is kind of the best way I can describe it. And I know that still is in play. It's a very long process. We had to do a lot of assessment on our end to make sure that the VA understood what we wanted to purchase for each facility. But it went in as one big purchase, and I know that is still in play. I don't have an end date for it, but we're planning for it. And, we did get the funding for the brand new ED. So that will be coming soon, starting soon. In federal government.
So being that it's part of the VA, is the reasoning for that, is there going to be more service for VA, for our veterans
Yes,
here? Is that the reason why VA is chipping in on?
I think
purchasing?
the reason the VA is because they're another federal agency, and they already have agreements in place to make purchases from contractors that provide these things, and so they already had established a federal buy rate with those companies that we could take advantage of without having to start from scratch. But absolutely, as part of the PACT Act, IHS is very much involved with increasing our services to our veterans here. And we already have those mechanisms and those agreements in place so that the veterans can get services at IHS. And vice versa, it doesn't stop the veterans from going to the VA, but it would allow us some better interagency type of agreements, if you will, so that veterans don't have to go to the VA to get VA care. The VA would pay for that care that IHS provides.
Okay, so when this contracting happens and this purchase is still back here, will that purchase come into it, or does it stop and then we end up having to purchase the MRI on our own?
You should not have to purchase an MRI on your own. If we've gone through the purchasing process, then it will be here.
The way they make us purchase things in the federal government is I have to say I have the money up front. So I basically have to put the money aside in a little CD. So basically the money's already taken. So it's already paid for.
It's obligated.
Okay.
Any more questions? Dale, I know when you came into IHS, I know he was acting for quite a while, but we did have a sit down when you came in. I kind of want the same thing for Marlene.
Okay.
Talk about some of the issues that are out there. I mean, they're always the same, so
Yeah.
we just want to talk a little bit about it, get kind of a meet and greet. We also had a meeting down in Minnesota this last week and went through our 638 process, our compacting. And we have all our work groups there and all the people that are working on those, get it to the point where we finally got our board together. We approved the board. We asked for IPA for, I think her name is Maria Park.
Okay.
To come down and help us through that process. So she's going to be helping us with that. But one of the main things that we talked about at that meeting was really educating and informing the public on what this means to do this process. Is it good for the tribe, or are we going in the wrong direction? And we all know that we haven't been happy with IHS services for many years. And we just don't want to jump into something that we can't change. But we do need to know that you are educating your staff up there as far as what's going to happen with them if we go through this process. We actually get to that point where they do IPA or whatever we do doing with them. So I did talk to Joe Amiot about this process, and he said that it was the IHS responsibility to make sure that their employees are well informed on what their options are. So hopefully that's being done.
It is. At every supervisor meeting every week, I talk to them about how Indian Health Service supports 638 processes. That's part of the agency's mission. And as part of that, the first step is the tribe putting through the written proposal, which we understand is going to happen this fall. I think that's been well educated out to the community. And then what happens with that is then that starts a timeline with IHS to be responsive about all the details with that. And typically that's about a 6-month process. So that's what I talk to the staff about. And during that time, Human Resources comes on site from the area office and they talk to the staff about their options, because some staff are very close to and eligible for retirement, so they talk to them about their options. They explain what IPA is, interprofessional agreement, because those can be allowed sometimes in those processes if the tribe so chooses. And what that means is that the employees retain their federal employee status. So they still earn their retirement and their pay and their benefits still stay in that federal range, which is important to some people that are close to that retirement age. They want to be able to finish out under that status. And so our HR goes through all of that with them on site once the proposal has been done. And then it's just a matter of the agreements as through that 6-month period as we go through every program and every office and make sure that you guys feel confident and are able to take those over, that we give you the best information we can, so that's a seamless process. And we've done, I've done quite a bit. I attended that meeting in July that you hosted up in Rapid and provided whatever information we could. And since then, I've done a lot of reporting behind the scenes to Dan Carew and his crew that you've been working with to provide them some of that infrastructure or operations information, like visit counts, finances, where we are with coding and deficiencies, providing all that information. So, and I do bring it up every Thursday on our staff huddles. We usually have a all staff huddle on Thursday mornings, and we talk about 638 processes. Because we do, IHS as an agency supports that. That is part of our mission to make that successful if that's the direction the tribe goes.
Any other questions for Dale or Marlene? Go ahead, Lisa.
Good morning, Council Administration. Thank you for coming down there.
Yeah.
So I just had a question. We're coming to the end of our fiscal year, and what does your PRC monies look like? And what are the current status of, is it still life and limb, or is it?
Well, we look at every case and do that deferral or that priority process like I've talked about before. We haven't been doing just life and limb since I've been here, and we haven't entered into that phase. In fact, we just had about 40 cases that were priority 2 deferred, but because we were able to secure some incoming dollars through our chef, which is the catastrophic portion that we can apply for cases that are above 19,000, and we brought in, it was just over $500,000 in chef funding, and so we were able to go ahead and support 100% of those priority 2s. So we do, it's not to say that we don't put some people still on a deferral list, because if it's not immediate or, you know, something that could cause long-term jeopardy, like if we're looking for a suspected cancer, then we may put somebody on a priority 2, but we look at those every couple weeks. And yes, we're in the deficit, but as I do like to say, PRC is the one, it's the one account that you don't necessarily want to close in the black on. You want to be spending down as much as you can. And so we are in the red, but we have a plan to have that amount covered. But we're not doing priority 3s and 4s, but for priority 1s and 2s, we're continuing to support.
Okay. I was concerned, I was thinking about Jordan's question regarding dental and I too. So, and then, in regards to, you know, the contracting that's happening, are the employees of that IHS, are they able to voice their opposition if they don't agree to it, or is that something that
Not during work
IHS
hours.
is preventing?
That
Okay.
is against the Hatch Act, and I have gone over that in both my supervisor meetings and my frontline staff meetings, because that is a Hatch Act violation.
Okay.
Um,
Even if they were to put it in writing?
they're not supposed to be doing that during their tour of duty.
Okay.
What they do outside of their work hours, that's on them, but during their tour of duty, while they're representing the federal government, they are not allowed to be engaging in those conversations or sending text messages to council members and things like that.
I think another concern that I have heard several times was during the transition, maybe if you can work together on putting out a statement that patient care will not be interrupted.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's been a concern too, that, you know, are we gonna have another diversion or during that time? And I just
No.
don't think that should be something that should be worried about, because ultimately we're worried about patient care.
Sure, and, you know, Indian Health Service has been through 638 process with other tribes. We don't stop services, we make a plan together, and we figure out at which time that official handoff will take place, but it really should be absolutely seamless. No care should be interrupted during this in the ER or anywhere.
I have one last thing. I know within the past couple of years, I just wanted to thank you for helping our families bring our members home for comfort care and working with that. I know Kelly had a lot to do with that, and so did Sammy. I called on one last week, and I was sad to hear that Sammy will no longer be there. So I think we as a tribe owe her a lot for what she did.
Yes,
during
I
the
agree.
pandemic too. So thank you for that, for helping to bring them home.
Yeah, you're welcome, and I hope that Sammy at some point decides to return.
Ed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The ex-official.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. I only have one question, and that's regards to files.
Okay.
Okay, emergency room may take 2 or 3 hours, sometimes. May take 5 or 6, but it matter when you're sitting there, how many providers you have. The question I do have in reference to files from here to Sioux Falls or Rapid City or wherever. Now, our tribal members get the bill back. It doesn't go to IHS, as a private tribal member comes back to us. Now, where do we turn that bill in? Maybe 50, 60, up to $100,000.
You bring it right on up to the PRC office, and if nobody is there, you can give it to Lisa or bring it right to administration to the CEO.
Okay, well, thank you for the answer.
You bet. Oh, yes, good clarification.
I want to say that.
Yep, our patient liaison, Lisa Bordeaux. And if she's not there, just bring it to administration, we'll handle that.
Martha, you have a question, comment?
I have a comment. Emergency room. It's kind of hard when you're a constant emergency room patient. I've been having to take my husband there because he has cancer, just recently diagnosed. He gets tired of laying on those hard beds in those small rooms with the IV dripping you have to wait the hour or so for that drip to go through. And it's kind of uncomfortable on those beds. But while you're in those rooms, you need to have your housekeeping people clean those rooms better. If you sit there with somebody, my husband lays there and I try to tell him, look, you see this? I wanted to take pictures pictures and come up to administration and let your people know, but nobody cares. It's just a small room. Look at the ceiling, the corners. You know, I'm sure you have good housekeeping people there that clean those little corners or whatever. You know, there's fingerprints. He seems to care. And then when we go up to our regular clinics, housekeeping used to come and wipe those chairs down. You know, sometimes those little kids spit on those seats, and you tell them, don't do that, please. You're going to spread the germs. But you know, some parents don't care, they just let their kids run. So it's kind of hard, and those are the things that I like to address to you today, and hopefully they can be you know, just something to, you know, get across to somebody at least to address those. And I heard Jordan talking about MRI. We just came back from Rapid City, and my husband has to do an MRI, and they told us to go to Valentine. No, I don't have no money to be going back and forth doing this. So it's hard, so we really do need to get that MRI here. And I don't know how many other patients got referred to do that MRI. And Valentine only takes them on a certain day. They just called me this morning before I came, and they said they could see him Sunday. I'm going to try my hardest to get him there because, you know, it's hard for me as it is him just now having cancer. So, thank you.
Well, first let me say I'm really sorry you're having to go through that as a cancer survivor since 2014 myself. I know that's a difficult struggle and it requires a lot of travel to a lot of different places. We do take our infection control seriously, so we'll go through and take a look at those. I think you might be talking about those exam rooms towards the back hallway? Yeah? Okay. So we'll go take a look at those. I will say that our housekeeping staff this summer has been short. We did do a couple of emergency hires while we're waiting for the permanent positions to get advertised. And we did get some permanent positions in there, so it has gotten better since it was back in about June. We were pretty short. But that always is a concern and a struggle because it is an infection control risk. Now, as far as the outpatient rooms and things getting wiped down, that should be being done by the staff in between those visits. So we'll just go over that again with our infection control nurse to make sure that's happening. You might see those, they call them salmon cloths, and they're kind of in a white and purple container, and they should be in every room. And that's what the staff use to wipe those down in between patients. But we will go take a walk through and take a look and see, and if we need to get some deep cleaning in there, we most definitely will do that.
Any more questions? If not, thanks for coming. Good to meet you, Marlene. We'll have a meeting in the near future.
Yeah, looking
Okay.
forward to it.
Okay.
What's the next starting body?
24th. The 24th. Yep.
Yeah, did you have
Yeah, I just had a question for you is, are they gonna be part of the Q&A?
I think they were, as far as employees, I don't know if they can do that over the phone or not. We're planning on a Q&A for our contracting process.
Okay.
A lot of the unanswered questions that we will be doing. I'm trying to set it up to the health administrator, and if you can, maybe we might have some employees that call in. Are they able to do that as long as they're not on?
As long as they're not on their
clock.
tour of duty on the
Okay.
clock.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
But we would appreciate if you guys can be part of that process.
Do you know about when that is or still
It
scheduled?
sounds like it's gonna be like this Friday, or I'm not sure the exact date, but this guy was supposed to set it up, so.
Okay, well, just let us know and we'll make sure it's good with Joe and we'll be there.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
Alright. I just want to thank you guys, since this will probably be the last time I see most of you, for your graciousness while the time I was here acting.
So, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice meeting everybody.
Start on that side.
Yeah. Right here, this one. All right.
Yes. You never know when it might be back again. Thank you. Good luck. Looking forward to working with you.
Yeah, there's really just that.
Yeah, it is. That's why.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, nice meeting you.
We were off air. Very much so. Yes. Yeah.
You know, typically the way that works is you're doing they collect the hospital.
Jordan, that was just a picture. You're not really.
I'm not in waiting. But we'll just kind of let you know. But I used to work in Montana, and they did that, with a couple of the.
I know they talked about it before.
Yeah, he's real.
And you didn't see how it works.
Yeah. Thank you.
You can take it too.
We go out the side doors and we go.
Council, do you wanna take a lunch break, or, I see Foster sitting back there, you got something that you need to present to council, or?
Yeah, I think that's, behind the school.
You wanna do that before you break?
Yeah, just real quick.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
His boss just wanted him to be here
okay,
for.
well, that's the we got 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, we need 10, 3, 6, 9, 10, we need one more for quorum.
You gonna hand them out at least? There's two, so like the first one is a letter and then the resolution.
Did we break Philip?
No, not yet, we're gonna, deal with one thing
Yeah,
before
I'm
we
gonna read
break
the
for
letter.
lunch.
Can I give my report tomorrow?
That's fine. Okay. I'm gonna go back up to yours then.
What are you doing?
We're on our own again.
Yeah. Roadkill.
Yeah, really.
Motion for emergency legislation.
There's a motion for emergency legislation, you can second it, Ray. Question by Stan.
Do we have enough?
Yeah, we do, we have
Bill
11,
just came in.
3, 6, 9, 10, 11. We have enough. All in favor, emergency legislation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
What's the number?
264.
264. Council. Motion to approve 264, second by Ray. Go ahead and
Start at the fourth, whereas the Living Language Grant Program, LLGP, is a competitive grant program administered by the U.S. Department of Interior to the Office of Indian Economic Development, which provides funding to federally recognized Indian tribes and their instrumentalities. The fiscal year 2023 LLGP program focuses on providing funding for native language immersion projects to support a cohesive tribal community approach through collaborative instruction based on current language models. Whereas the Living Language Grant Program, funding number BIA LLGP 2023 OIED, is a 3-year grant with an award amount up to $300,000 per year, no match required, an application deadline August 18th, and only accepts one application per tribal area. Whereas the Rosebud Economic Development Corporation, REDCO, has demonstrated a long-term commitment to supporting Lakota language immersion work and promoting Lakota work for Sichongo, Lakota, Oyate, and has created a coalition of partners including the Wakaija, Tokeyachi, Lakota Immersion School, and Lokoya Waonia Language and Cultural Revitalization Program to collaborate on the implementation of the LLGT project. Whereas Redco's proposal will benefit the Sichongo Oyate by creating jobs that will lead to the development of learning materials and emerging opportunities that will be open and available to the community. The proposal also enables the Wakaija Kokiapche School to expand to serve more students and families by hiring additional teaching staff and fluent speakers. All materials created under this grant will retain Sichongo ownership and will be shared with the Sichongo Oyate. And now therefore be resolved the Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes Redco as a tribal instrumentality and its agents to apply for the Living Language Grant Program and lead the implementation of the project outlined in the agreement.
Okay, is there any comments, discussion? Go ahead, Fremont.
How many programs are after the same grant?
This is the first one I'm aware of. They've had the immersion program from in Mission has been going for last 2 years now.
4 years.
Last 4 years, and it's been very successful, Fremont.
Are we teaching the Lakota language?
Yes,
or are we
we are.
just after the grant money?
No, it's a school that's been running for 4 years now, so.
So this will cover the salaries for 2 lead teachers for the 3 years, or 2 additional lead teachers. Salary for 2 fluent speakers for 3 years, but you guys already have workers on, that there's teachers there. I guess he can answer more of the questions. I don't know exactly how many they have inside their school, but they have, you guys go up to 4th grade now? Third grade. So they have pre-K in there, so there's some pre-K kids, and then kindergarten through 3rd grade. But this is Foster, and he works directly with the
So
school.
Foster would be really a good idea to maybe bring the class down here and have them introduce themselves to the tribal council. I know I've been to their end of the year activities as far as their projects that they work through the school, and they really do a good job. I'm really impressed with what they do at that school, so it would be something special for us to have them come down here and go to the tribal council and meet the tribal council.
I'd also open up the invitation for y'all to come to the school too. You're more than likely to come. We're located at the old Buffalo Jump building, that red building across from the City Admission Office. That's where our school is located at, completely remodeled, and you're all more than welcome. And if you want to stay for lunch, I just ask you to give us at least a day notice or a cook to make sure we have enough food.
Okay. Is there any more discussion? Now, we need a question. Question by Norman. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll break for lunch. How long you guys want? Hour?
You're on your own.
Okay. We're back at quarter after 1.
Going after.
Take on those investment funds as far as, we made a motion to borrow some money from the investment funds to fund the prosecutor's office.
It wasn't,
Is that,
it wasn't a motion, it was just to have Wayne look into the possibility of it.
okay, I
No,
think he
it
needs, I
was
think,
in motion for
Was
it.
it?
Yes, the
yeah, I think he needs that motion, reconsidered and amended to using the, proceeds or
the interest.
interest off it.
Okay.
So,
I thought I did that.
well, he
Did
said
you pull it,
it
Nicole?
said it still needs to be done, he said, he told me, so.
Because you pull that original motion?
Those, because remember I brought that up at that one council meeting.
This is for, there's 2 pages to it, so.
Oh, we should have separate.
So, I'll call us back into session. Lisa, you wanna make that motion to reconsider and amend the motion to, have the funds that were used for the prosecutor's office to be taken out of the, interest from that investment account, because otherwise I think it's gonna, we have to, go through a different process for doing that.
From the interest on our investment fund, right?
Wells Fargo Investments, yeah.
What name was that motion? I was just looking through the minute.
Was that a resolution or was it a motion?
It was a motion. Is it it?
No. Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
I'll go ahead and move to reconsider and amend the motion to use the, investment account money to fund the prosecutor's office, amending it to use the interest from the investment account. Okay?
Okay, there's a motion on the floor, need a second. Ma'am, is there any
Madam
discussion on it?
Secretary, it's on the council minutes of July 12th, page 2. So there'll be a motion to reconsider and amend the motion to look into the funding of the prosecutor's office budget shortfall from the investment account interest and setting up a repayment to our investment account.
All right, is there any more discussion?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, I thought, when that got brought up last time, maybe from the treasury, we recommended it come from the line of credit, so you didn't want any penalties off that investment.
This is just coming off the interest rate from the investment.
Or just the interest itself, okay.
We
And there are no
got-
penalties in it?
We're not gonna touch that.
Okay.
Okay, is there any more questions, comments? Not, we need a question. Norman? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. The next thing you got on it is the request to Trish Tingle for more money. They passed out the resolution. They also passed out the letter to Trish Tingle. And it basically has a budget attached to it, so it's a pretty detailed budget. They've been working on it for quite a while, so as soon as this resolution is passed on, we'll forward this on to her office. I need somebody to bring it on as a emergency.
I'll go ahead and move for emergency. Second.
If it needs to be.
Where's the
Just
first
amending it.
That's what I'm
This should be a reconsideration, or reconsider amendment, right?
That was brought in July, I think.
Brought on in July, so I don't know which number it was, so.
The resolution number.
It would have been around that same time of that motion that we.
The resolution 2023-198
198,
approves RST funding, approves funding for RST prosecutor's office in the amount of $600,000.
yep, that's it. Okay, there's need a motion to reconsider, 2023 198. Need a second. Or do you
No,
second it? You second
James
it?
first, I second.
Okay.
And what we're amending is increasing that amount from 600,000 to 730,000.
And, the budget and the letter is along with the resolution, so it should have a detailed budget on it. I think a lot of it was, they had to show different things to it and that required by, before we send it on up, so. They worked pretty hard on this, so the prosecutors be commended on doing what they did for this, so money, so hopefully we'll get.
There was no budget passed out with it. We just got our resolution.
It's this one right here. I thought you got one. No, it did?
Yeah, we did.
It's a big thick packet.
No, we get one.
Okay, you want me to give it to you guys, or you want to pass it like it is, and I can put it in one in your box? Quite thick, so.
Alright, well,
Yeah, but can you email it to us?
Okay, I'll have them do that, okay? All right, do you have any more comments about the resolution and amendments that we're making? Not, we need a question. Yes, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
The next one, council, is the 5 houses that are going to St. Francis Indian School. They paid for the foundations to be built. So what we're gonna do, we had a resolution releasing those houses that were built over there, any liabilities, once they get over there, we don't have no liability as far as when they're received, they're taken as is. So we did a resolution to that effect. Any kind of foundation problems they have over there, it's on St. Francis Indian School, it's not on the tribe, so it's not on OHCC, because they paid to have the foundations put in there, so I'll pass that out.
I got one too. You got one? Yeah.
Chairman, did you also print off that resolution for Techro? Eric sent it off in our email.
Remind me what that's about.
And that's the one where we made that motion on the ARPA construction office, and those fees and stuff on the contractors.
Okay, I probably did, but I probably didn't, I just forgot about it. I've never seen it, but I'll have to get one and bring it back on.
Secretary, can you ask one of the secretaries to print it for him? Please, thank you.
Okay, this needs a number. 265. Need somebody to bring it on as emergency legislation.
Okay.
Emergency legislation, the number is 265, need a second. Second Norman, question by
I'm saving my voice.
all in favor.
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion to
Move
approve.
to approve 265. Okay. Sorry, that's it. Whereas the RST Tribal Council approved, hold on. Whereas the RST Tribal Council approved the selection of the Ojitika Housing Development Corporation OHDC, a wholly owned subsidiary of the SWA Corporation, to finish and provide construction labor services, contract administration, equipment, and tools necessary to construct 100 residential homes. The project in the OHDC Inc. Housing Factory in Rosebud, SV, as ordered by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, the owner. And whereas the RST ARPA Committee has recommended the Rosebud Sioux Tribe assign, transfer, full title and ownership of 5 residential properties constructed by the OHDC housing plant to the St. Francis Indian School. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts and approves the recommendation of the RST ARPA Committee to assign and transfer full title and ownership of 5 residential properties constructed by the OHDC housing plant to the St. Francis Indian School. Be it finally resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized and directed to assign and execute the transfer the full title and ownership of the 5 residential properties to St. Francis Indian School and any other related supporting documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Gosh, Eileen,
So is, you're gonna be given these full ownership? Is that what's gonna happen with corrections? Is corrections getting some too?
that's up to you guys. The next 5, that was the thought behind that, is to make the next 5 available for law enforcement. Okay, we were talking about that they're ready to probably start the next 5, but we need confirmation or some type of motion that it's okay to move forward with the next 5 to be law enforcement. Because we haven't decided on a plan yet for those, who's gonna qualify or for these houses or how we're gonna do it. So, I know we had a presentation by Cher that day about her plan, and I don't know if we adopted it through the committee or not, so I don't know if we decided to do that, but the next 5 was going to be paid back through the 105 leasing or through VIE, and law enforcement was going to pay for these houses so we can continue to build more houses. So, but that's up to you guys. I mean,
Is that how it's going to be, with these, there'll be a payback?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering about, like you said, being able to, build more, make more, not make money off of it, but be able to build more and make more available, even if it's more for the school, more for the corrections, but still just roll that.
I don't think we'll have a full return on our money when we get these houses out rolling and stuff and make them open to the people that are qualified for them, or however you guys want to do it. But I think that the idea we're leaning towards was maybe the ones that can finance, we let them do that. We eat some of the cost as far as what it costs to build it. And we also have an architect up there coming aboard. So if we go in that direction, someone can actually go up there and finance a house through those 3 entities that came down here, those lending people that came down here that day. And we had that presentation. They can actually build their own house and design their own house.
So in this resolution, it's giving, St. Francis, the pride, it's giving it full ownership, and then we have a plan of getting,
payback, yes.
but it doesn't say that in there, so where's that?
That's between another leasing between the VIE and not the school, but it would be the VIE and the VIA. And the VOMSA has already been working on that as far as the payback for these houses, for that 105 leasing. He's already done the assessments on this, and he's included these 2.
So then what I'm kind of getting at is that we're gonna fully give them the title and everything. So over here, we're trying to recoup. So how can we do that? And we give it, in here it says we give it to them. And over here, we're trying to recoup. So legally, how do we recoup when you just gave it to them?
Probably has another agreement coming, Eileen.
Can it be done that way? Can in here say with agreement of something? Because if we just give it to them, then that's theirs. But over here, we're trying to recoup, but we already gave it to them. So they're gonna be under the understanding that they own it. and over here, we're gonna try and recoup, and they're gonna have to work with us to recoup that from DIE. So where in the language will it be in here?
I'll call Wayne in, he knows more about how Navamsa's setting that up, that, Ben Navamsa, so you wanna go get Wayne?
Yeah, thank you, I just wanted it to be, here I go, legal.
I think it's probably, I think they figured that the budget for one of these 3-bedroom houses, the foundation, all the infrastructure to it, I think their cost is right around $300,000. They're not cheap houses, so good return on them.
They are needed, you know, these places are needed, but it's just that if we can get this money back, we will continue to build.
Yeah.
I guess probably what she's trying to say is can BIA.
Gotta make sure that we get paid for them, that's what she's trying to do.
Whatever.
Gotta make sure we get paid for them.
She's confusing everybody by saying we're gonna give it to them, but over here, we're gonna make them pay. I was like,
But it means the same,
they're two different
but it
housing.
still means the same. We're gonna give it to them and we're still gonna try and get money back. But in there, some language can be put that you do that part of it. Cause this is just
That's
giving
what I
it to
said.
them.
Ray, we have some
That's what you're
questions on this
just confusing it
resolution. It
because
says that we're giving the full ownership to St. Francis to these houses, but we're worried about the payback as far as 105 leasing or how they're gonna make the payments. Is that another agreement that we have to do, or then they want to have something that's already formed?
Our 105 program is already working with St. Francis School to incorporate all those units into that program. All we're going to do is we're going to give these houses to them, and we'll let them in the program, and what we'll do is we'll get a loan on those houses and have 105 give the loan back to us.
So
Earlier, they're talking about donation, but there can't be donations. That's a really item. So I'm working on that.
So I guess my concern is that, we're going to, in this resolution, we're going to give them the full ownership of those houses.
Right.
But we're trying to recoup over here, so in there, it's just giving it to them, and over here, we're trying to recoup. Should there be language in this resolution saying that we're going to give it to them, but with this, or is it with this agreement that you're talking about, able to do that without this?
I mean, if you want to put another whereas in there, just put another whereas that says that it's the intent of the Rosebud Sioux tribe to enroll these houses into the 105 leasing program.
Great,
I think that would be better.
But
that's kind of what, I thought we passed the resolution prior when all these houses and with the 105 leasing that identified that.
that was.
So I get what she was saying, and I was gonna suggest that, but I know we passed the resolution already that kind of laid all that out, that they were gonna pay back the tribe for those.
All these, like the roads department, they're getting a new building, and the other courthouse, all these are gonna be in the same type of payback, so we've already identified it.
So I would feel better that it be a whereas in there so that, it's known, but if we can't do it this way, then it's okay, but we have something in this resolution, not just giving it to them and that's it, because that's what this is saying.
So what kind of language you need to put in there, whereas?
To just put a final whereas in there, that it is the intent of the Rosebud Sioux tribe to enroll these 5 homes into the 105 leasing program.
Get that amendment.
Eric's got a comment here.
Go ahead. Yeah, we better.
Sure, tell him, Rick.
I asked them to when we first brought this up, we told her to wait till after.
I didn't really think it was an executive session thing, but
Remember, I gotta always put that throw that monkey.
off air.
It's not executive, it's just off.
Yeah, off air.
It's on.
Not back there?
No, that's just one.
You have to, the council has to understand that when it comes to the issues like the St. Francis School, all that